But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny, that it confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
元々初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったので、そういうことが演奏によって起こせるための、そういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer. But humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
To expose everything you won't admit. And action. This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh,
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone's a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And I think my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe. And my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up.
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called baby faces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of
profits will help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in means
to a layman like
feathering
me?
Crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back, somewhat reluctantly, back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week, he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets, rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a
you
brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point, we are leaning forward. In 2018, for us, is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question: do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through what was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous, because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem, because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms, because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership. And that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New York and New Jersey, it's a Thursday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. Welcome. Economics in focus. That, of course, coming after that weekly jobless claims number. A reminder, the labor market still with a long way to go. We also know economics, it is going to be top of mind and throughout the speech, the acceptance speech tonight from Democratic nominee Joe Biden on the last night of the Democratic National Convention. Lots to get to. Let's check in. First off with Doug Krisner. He's got an update on the trade. Hey, Doug.
Jason, we're seeing strength in tech stocks today. A rebound in the NASDAQ composite. It's pushing higher by 0.7%. Tesla, clearly a bright spot. You know, this stock has been up at record highs in 3 of the past 4 trading days. Right now, a gain of about 6%. And this stock is going to begin trading on a 5-for-1 split-adjusted basis as of August 31st. Tesla shares so far this year up 378%. For the Dow right now, a gain of 0.1%, and the S&P is holding on to a gain of about 0.1%. Weak, though, are shares in Lyft. The company is going to suspend ride-sharing in California as of 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. You know, as of midnight, the company and its rival Uber must be in compliance with that California law requiring drivers to be classified as employees. Now, Lyft had been down by as much as 8.5% earlier. Right now, the loss has narrowed to about 1.5%. You were talking about the number on first-time jobless claims, an unexpected increase to more than 1 million. 10-year Treasury right now yielding 64 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, appreciate that update. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Jason Kelly, and we do want to get to those.
You know, we started too.
I was here. Technology failed me. It's all about the recycling of technology.
It is.
When in
Just
doubt,
recycle
reboot.
that box. Just reboot. Turn it off and on. Have you tried to turn it off and on?
It's amazing. As the daughter of an engineer, you are the son of an engineer. It's
I
like,
know.
shouldn't this be more complicated?
But
No.
it's amazing how often that works, because here you are.
Here I am. And let's bring in our gang, because we've got Mike McKee with us, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News. He is in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Dave Wilson, stocks editor at Bloomberg News, on the remote access from New Jersey. Mike, kick it off to Doug, kind of highlighting those weekly jobless claims numbers. It's a reminder that, getting the labor market back to where it was pre-COVID is not a straight path.
Definitely not. Drinking game, you guys. If Joe Biden says jobless claims tonight, everybody take a shot.
Oh, boy.
I'm not sure.
I won't make it into the office
Jason
tomorrow,
was
then.
predicting this, but I'm not sure he's going to go down that rabbit hole. But, yeah, it is not what you want to hear if you're on the other side running for re-election, because we went 21 weeks over 1 million. And we got down below it, and everybody thought things were getting better, and we jumped back up to 1.1 million this last week, which was the week of the August payroll survey.
Yeah.
So when we get those numbers in early September, this is going to be something weighing on people. There's been an expectation we might see a negative number, or at least a very small number, and it might happen.
Well, and Dave, it's interesting to watch the equity markets respond to this, because initially a little bit in the red, now back in the green. How does the market look in the context of this jobless number?
It really is one of those days when it's big tech and everybody else, arguably, and that plays into the recovery that we saw from stocks' early losses. I mean, Doug Krisner mentioned Tesla already, which is really sort of a country unto itself to some extent. But, you've got Apple up 1.4%, and now the question is whether it closes above $2 trillion in market value, which it wasn't able to do yesterday, though it did get above that threshold during the day. And you look at Microsoft and Amazon and Google's owner Alphabet and Facebook, they're all up at least 1%. So that really stands out on a day like today. Technology and communication services, which those two groups within the S&P 500 pretty much fits everybody in. They're higher. Consumer discretionary, which is Amazon, is also up. So, aside from that, you got real estate higher, and that leaves 7 groups down out of the 11 main ones in the index. So it's not like this is really kind of a broad-based advance. In fact, you've got basically 5 stocks down in the S&P 500 for every 2 that are up. But those big companies with their disproportionate influence on the index's value, I mean, they're kind of holding up the market at this point largely.
Dave, it's Elon Musk calling and asking if he can use that a market unto itself. He's kind of liking it, and he's thinking about making some T-shirts.
A country unto itself.
Oh, country. I'm sorry.
Even better.
Okay, sorry. A country unto itself. You're right. Speaking of, kind of calls that we need to help out, calling our policymakers, Mike, in Washington to kind of help out the economy. What do you think are what's the 1-2 punch that would really make a difference here for Americans, change maybe some of those concerns we have about the labor market and then the economic outlook?
Well, there's several different problems here. One is we do need some sort of additional unemployment insurance payments to the workers who are off work. The IRS came out with a study today. They have to figure out how many W-2s they're going to process, and they think that we're going to be 37 million jobs short at the end of this year, and that we will still be short by like 15 million jobs in 2027. They're not predicting a very fast rebound here, so we're going to lose a lot of spending power. The other aspect of it is states and localities. We've talked about this before. They have to balance their budgets, and if they can't, they got to make cutbacks, and people are the biggest expense, so they're probably going to start cutting people, and of course it's an election year, so if you want to get your representatives' attention, you're going to cut policemen and firemen and first responders, things like that. So we could see something kind of ugly out there. The other question is, do you do something to keep businesses around? That's the real hard part. You know, if you're a big business, Google the other day sold bonds at an interest rate, corporate bonds at an interest rate of 0.45%. If you go to the Small Business Administration today, you're going to pay over 7%.
Yeah.
So the medium-sized companies that, in theory, the Fed is supposed to be helping, the smaller companies, they're not getting what they need at this point. So, you know, should something be done to keep them around because they employ people? That's a real policy question.
Well, and you do wonder, maybe he won't utter the term jobless claims, but he is going to be talking about the economy. We're
Is
pretty
it
certain
job,
about
labor, employment, any of those? Can we drink on,
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah,
If we drink on all that,
yeah, you can all of that, and you get a free one in the middle of the bingo square. So
there you go. All right, Mike McKee, we know you'll be watching tonight. Looking forward to your analysis all about the economy and politics. International policy and correspondent, economics and policy correspondent, for Bloomberg in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Dave Wilson, he'll be back with us at 3:30 with his chart of the day. Let's quickly do the Bloomberg Businessweek Bite of the day, one number that tells us a lot. This is a cool one. Today's number, Carol, 1,830 miles.
An asteroid the size of an SUV flew closer to Earth than any other space rock on record. The asteroid, dubbed 2020 QG, whizzed by at a clip of 8 miles per second, about 1,830 miles over the southern Indian Ocean, about 20 feet long. The asteroid wasn't noticed until about 6 hours after passing by the planet at the closest point, according to NASA. Hey, NASA, thanks. Thanks very much for the warning.
Yeah. It's like, oh, what was that?
What's with those,
6 hours ago.
all those radar systems and
Yeah.
satellites floating out there? Shouldn't we have known about that?
I feel like we should have seen that one coming, literally. All right, so that's your Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the day. I mean, we're talking a lot about politics, and on a day when we are going to hear from Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden, some stunning headlines this morning. The architect of the last campaign, the last winning campaign, Steve Bannon, he was arrested.
He was arrested. Yeah, exactly. I want to know more about this and what it means legally, the implications of that. So we're going to get into that a little bit later on. And then whoever ends up in the White House, they're going to be involved with still fighting this vaccine. So a guest back with us is the chairman, president, CEO, and founder of Tonix Pharmaceuticals. They are working on a vaccine. They're involved in that process. And then speaking about getting back, another one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg about New York City landlords pressing the big financial firms to return.
Yeah.
It's
really
huge.
looking forward.
We're going to talk with Ken Swig about that. He follows the real estate market, is an investor in the real estate market. All right, let's get to world and national news headlines. Hey, Nancy Lyons.
Hey there, Carol. Another one of President Trump's former associates has been arrested. Steve Bannon, who is one of the architects of Trump's presidential campaign, has been arrested over his alleged involvement in an online fundraising group that raised more than $25 million to help fund a wall. New York prosecutors say Bannon himself received more than $1 million from the group, some of which was used to pay for his personal expenses. President Trump reacted to the news today.
I think it's a very sad thing for Mr. Bannon. I think it's surprising.
Bannon is the sixth person from the top ranks of Trump's 2016 campaign to face federal charges. Tonight's the final night of the Democratic convention, and the candidate himself will be making the case for his election this November. Bloomberg contributor Jeannie Zaino with Iona College says Joe Biden needs to lay out his policies in order to win over independents.
If you're trying to get those voters in Kalamazoo or people who listen to you and are experts on the market, you need to say that Democrats are not just, for instance, this party they're defined as a party of bigger taxes. I mean, we know his tax plan is going to cost $6 to $10 trillion. Well, how are you going to pay for all the programs you have in mind?
The nominee will be speaking live at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware, without a packed house of supporters because of the coronavirus. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser, here with you on a Thursday afternoon.
Can I just say, when somebody puts fume in a headline, I'm going to check out this story.
Totally. I love this headline. New Jersey gym owners fume over lockdown while seeing neighbors reopen. A quick reminder, here in New York, although not in New York City quite yet, not quite in the 5 boroughs, next Monday is the big reopening, as it were, modest reopening, third capacity, one-third capacity, for gyms. But back in New Jersey, Elise Young and Bray Bradham report not going so fast there.
Yeah, and I think it was last week we saw about 300 New Jersey gym operators teleconferencing with New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy's staff describing the safety protocols they've put in place. We talked with Jim Rowley of Crunch saying, listen, here's what we've done, and we have open gyms during the pandemic, and we're not seeing the virus cases like everyone else, that we are being careful. And so, this is what's going on. We know New York, as you said, gyms can resume business as soon as August 24th. New Jersey and North Carolina, the only states where clubs remain closed with no planned opening date. So I got to say, though, New Jersey, there's been a few little spikes as things start to open up, and Governor Murphy's very quick to say, knock it off, everybody. So I think he's just being very careful. And I hate to say we're not as responsible as New Yorkers, but...
Oh, look at that.
I know.
I mean, it's interesting, too, because we actually taped a conversation that's going to be on the Bloomberg Business of Sports show this weekend with a guy, Andrew Alfano. He's the CEO of Retro Fitness. He testified in front of New Jersey officials, and he is actually somewhat critical of New York City because they're going a little bit slower. They are across 10 states. Other states have figured this out, to your point. So it's a little strange. And initially, fitness was in phase 1, actually.
Right,
from
that's
a
right.
federal perspective.
Which is kind of wild, right, when you look back now and where we are. All right, check out that story, folks. It's at Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So we have a rebound in tech shares today, and as a result, the NASDAQ composite is at record levels. Right now, we're at 11,231. And we have the Dow holding on to a gain about 0.1%, S&P 500 better by about 0.2%. So kind of counterbalancing the tech share rally, some concern about the strength of the economic recovery, and maybe it needs more time. And I look at the number on U.S. weekly jobless claims as a little bit of evidence, an unexpected increase by more than 1 million. Johnson & Johnson shares moving up. The company is planning to launch what could become the largest clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine to date. Dow Jones saying the company is hoping to enlist up to 60,000 people worldwide by September for these tests. Right now, we're looking at shares of Lyft. This is an interesting story. Now, the company is going to suspend ride-sharing in California at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. As of midnight, you probably know the company and its rival Uber must be in compliance with a California law requiring drivers to be designated employees. But there was a knee-jerk reaction when the news hit the tape. Lyft shares fell 8.5%. Right now, the stock is pushing higher by 1%. Wedbush Securities saying the suspension of rides is a smart move in a game of high-stakes poker with regulators. Alibaba's revenue growth returned to levels not seen since the pandemic, but the ADRs in Baba right now trading lower in the New York session. That is a look at market action. I'm Doug Krisner, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Doug. Thank you so much. Well, as everyone knows, Bloomberg Business Week magazine, currently on newsstands on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. It's a special double issue. It's all about the path to a COVID-19 vaccine. And I'm delighted to have back with us our next guest, Jason, who we've talked with before. Tonix Pharmaceuticals, they are on a path to a vaccine. They're involved in this as well. And we caught up with our next guest back in early June. Dr. Seth Lederman is chairman, president, CEO, and founder of the New York-based specialty pharmaceutical company, and he joins us on the phone in New York City. Dr. Lederman, nice to have you here. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for having me back on.
Tell me a little bit about how your world has, what's going on since we talked with you in early June. How have things changed?
Things are moving forward. We are working tirelessly. It's an unprecedented global effort to get a vaccine for COVID-19. And I'm delighted that there are many diverse approaches to getting a vaccine. Like many others, we're working on a particular approach, and we're working on vaccines that elicit T-cell immunity.
Mm-hmm. And remind us, you did such a nice job of this last time you were here. Remind us about T-cells versus antibodies.
There are two parts of the immune system that recognize pathogens, and antibodies are short-lived, and T-cells are longer-lived. Antibodies float in the serum, so they're proteins, and T-cells are cells, so they have a whole complicated mechanism of action. But traditionally, vaccines against viruses have tried to elicit T-cell immunity for a number of reasons. First of all, the durability of it, the long-lasting immunity, and also the way they kill viruses is more effective.
Well, this is really important because I do think, Jason, I think about how many people we talk with, and we should, as you said, Dr. Lederman, anticipate multiple vaccines. But what's really important is we need a really, really effective vaccine that creates an immunity that is not just around for a few months, that's something longer lasting. And that's where T-cells come in.
Yes. But I think that the first wave of vaccines, most of them will probably be in the warp speed group. Mm-hmm. Some of them will be maybe intermediate vaccines that will bridge us to the point where we can get longer lasting vaccines that will be a more lasting solution. But right now, any vaccine that has appropriate characteristics for the appropriate person would be a big relief.
So, Dr. Lederman, what have we learned about this disease over the last month to 6 weeks, either in terms of how it infects people, who it infects? It feels like we're learning so much, and to your point, there's so much attention focused on it. What's one thing that maybe we didn't anticipate, or one important thing that we really have learned recently?
Well, let me start with the paradox that many people compare this to the 2003 SARS that that remained in Asia because it could be contained. And compared to SARS, the CoV-2 is much deadlier. There have been over 700,000 deaths worldwide for CoV-2, the new coronavirus, and only 740 deaths for SARS. So it's a much deadlier virus. But in terms of the number of people who die as a proportion of people who are infected, it's much less deadly. So SARS killed about 10% of people who are infected, and nobody really knows the number that CoV-2 kills, but it's somewhere in the range of 0.5%. So maybe it's 1/20th as deadly, and yet it's killed, so many, thousands more. And I think that the key is it is very, very infectious. So we've learned that all over the United States, all over the world, and it'll be very hard to stop this virus from ultimately getting to every person on Earth.
So go ahead, Jace.
Well, I was going to say we only have about a minute left, and then we're going to do some news and come back, which brings us to herd immunity. How do we get there?
Well, optimistically, we may be closer than we think, because places like New York City and Milan, who were very badly hit early on, have really stabilized. So while the antibody levels may only be at 25 or 30% of the population is acting like it may be closer to herd immunity than those numbers would imply. So that could be, the missing piece could be that T-cell immunity without antibodies are protecting people, and we're just not measuring T-cells as easily as we can measure antibodies.
I feel a little optimistic, Jason Kelly.
Yeah. All right. We're going to continue this conversation in just a few minutes. We're going to do some news. It's a busy day on the markets, a lot of headlines breaking as well. We're going to continue that conversation with Dr. Seth Lederman. He's the CEO of Tonix Pharmaceuticals, joining us from New York City. A lot of big questions still remain, of course, getting back to school, getting back to work as well.
Yeah, we need to ask him about that. But I think this distinction, and, we've heard this from various medical personnel about this multi-layered approach in terms of vaccines. And so, we need maybe a series of vaccines to get to those more impactful vaccines, which is what we're talking about. So we'll continue in just a moment. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday. Carol Master along with Jason Kelly, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, coming up, we're going to continue our conversation with Dr. Seth Lederman. He is the CEO of Tonix Pharmaceuticals. So many more questions for him about where we are when it comes to a vaccine and how we should be acting right now. I think what we should be thinking about in terms of moving around, going to the office, going to school, et cetera. Carol.
He has some very specific thoughts, too, as you said, about school. Let's get back, though, to your top business stories. Quick check on the trading day. Here is once again Doug Krisner.
Hey, Carol, tech shares rebounding today, and that's enough to put the NASDAQ composite at a record 11,244, with a gain of about 0.9%. The Dow is higher by 0.2, S&P up about 0.3%. We did have some weak economic data, and that's kind of stoking concern here that perhaps the recovery is going to need a little more time. The number of weekly jobless claims unexpectedly increased by more than 1 million. Looking at shares in Johnson & Johnson pushing higher, the company is planning to launch what could be the largest clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine to date. Now, Dow Jones saying the company is hoping to enlist up to 60,000 people worldwide by late September to test whether this experimental shot safely protects from COVID-19, which begs the question, what data is or are critical to understanding how to guard against the vaccine? Jason Farley is professor of nursing at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
We continue to need more data on broadly neutralizing antibody and its responsiveness and the durability of the broadly neutralizing antibody. That we continue to get some more trickles of immunologic studies that suggest that patients are, even with mild disease, producing these types of antibodies, which is a good thing. Their durability is ultimately the most important question because it speaks to vaccine. So that's number one. We also need more data, as the FDA just pointed out, on convalescent plasma and the utility. We've got some mixed studies, some showing great benefit and others showing possibly no benefit at all. So convalescent plasma is another area we need more details.
That is Jason Farley. He is a professor of nursing at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. The school is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, and he is founder of Bloomberg LP, parent of Bloomberg Radio, as well as Bloomberg Philanthropies. In the bond market right now, 10-year Treasury yielding 64 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get right back to our conversation with Dr. Seth Lederman, Chief Executive Officer of Tonix Pharmaceuticals, joining us from New York City. Dr. Lederman, let's talk schools. We talk about it every day on this program. We talk about it around my dinner table, around Carol's dinner table, and many, many others, especially here in the tri-state area. Where are we? What should we be thinking about? How safe is it to go back to school?
Well, it's also a topic at my dinner table. My wife is a teacher and my son is a professor, so we're all in this together.
Yeah.
I think that the decision to do college teaching remotely is a good decision from where we are at this point for coronavirus, both in the United States and international. And obviously we have to consider international students in the mix at colleges. It was unfortunate that UNC tried to go back and had a setback and decided to send the students home. So the Ivy League, the week before that, Princeton, Columbia, others decided to do the remote. I think that that's a good decision. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens with NYU, which is enforcing a strict quarantine program, but appear to be going on to have in-person classes, or at least students on campus. So there will be a diversity of approaches, but I think the safest thing is to do college remotely. And part of that is the trade-off that the technology is quite good. In the spring, people got pretty good with doing remote learning. Now, in high school, I think that that is, on the spectrum of colleges. When you get to middle school, I think there's more interest in having some students in school and in kindergarten and for younger kids, I think it's more important to have them back. But I think the important thing is there's no one-size-fits-all solution to this. And the recommendation that communities and schools should make their own determination is probably a good one.
Well, I have to say, though, your team shared with us some points, and among them, in terms of returning to school, was a point that we simply cannot responsibly open physical classrooms, and it would be irresponsible to do so. And I guess we're talking mostly about colleges. I mean, that's pretty strong wording. I mean, if you have to make a choice, would you rather have kids at home right now?
Well, for colleges, I think that from what we've learned, it doesn't make sense to have students in classrooms together. They're able to use the technology exists, and the risk is too great. We've seen it from some of the athletes that came back to campuses early around the country. There were outbreaks in relatively remote parts of the country that were doing well. So I think there's a town and gown issue. The communities around these colleges, deserve to be protected from the risk that all these kids coming in at once, would lead to trouble. But I do think that it's something that is an individual solution. But I certainly think that schools that are attracting, kids, young adults from all over the country and around the world, whether or not they go on campus, it's hard to imagine why and what the justification would be for having them in a classroom.
All right, so Seth, before we let you go, just got to do 1 minute or so on masks. We had this big debate last night because someone had read a story about gators being less effective based on one Duke study, and then that was knocked down. Where's the science on masks right now? It's pretty clear, right?
Well, I really like the public advertisement you had on during the break.
Morgan Freeman. If you can't listen to Morgan Freeman, right? Who are you going to listen to?
Absolutely. And we should all be wearing masks. It is absolutely clear. But I think one of the things about masks is that masks are really to protect other people. And that's why Morgan Freeman nailed it. They really are about protecting other people. And to the same extent, vaccines. An effective vaccine that stops transmission is really to protect other people so that you don't become an unknowing, transmitter of the disease. So I think that, it's going to be very hard, given how asymptomatic spreaders are such a big part of the problem. It will be very hard to tell the difference between gators and masks and N95 masks. So I think the advice should be wear the best mask you can and that you're comfortable enough with to wear. If you have to wear one all day, it's pretty hard to wear an N95.
Yeah.
But everyone should be wearing as much mask as they could tolerate to protect other people.
Which for me, Jason, sometimes means doubling up, which I've
There
done.
you go. Yeah, checks out. All right. Dr. Seth Lederman, thank you so much. Really good to catch up with you. Come back and visit with us soon. CEO of Tonix Pharmaceuticals, joining us on the phone from NYC. Some very practical advice there around masks, around schools, and some hope for herd immunity. Let's get down to Washington. Nancy Lyons is there with World National Headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. President Trump's former campaign boss has been arrested. Steve Bannon becomes the sixth person from the top ranks of the president's 2016 campaign to face federal charges. He was arrested this morning and was federally indicted for conspiracy to commit wire fraud and money laundering in connection to a crowdfunding campaign to build a border wall. Well, the Democratic Party will be concluding its national convention tonight with the acceptance speech of nominee Joe Biden. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has a preview.
The virtual convention is sought to consolidate support among Democratic factions, as well as disaffected Republicans, former National Chairman Howard Dean said in a Bloomberg interview.
All he has to do is get a bigger turnout than we had in 2016, and I think they're well on their way to doing that. And that's why you had two or three pretty big Republican figures, John Kasich, Cindy McCain, and Colin Powell, basically giving permission for disaffected Republicans to vote for Joe Biden.
Dean said there is an anti-Trump majority if it can be motivated to cast ballots. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny is in a coma in a hospital in Siberia after falling ill from suspected poisoning. His spokeswoman says Navalny became sick on a flight to Moscow and the plane had to make an emergency landing. Kara Yarmish says he is suspected to have consumed poison in tea that he drank before boarding the flight. Russia's state news agency TASS reports he's in grave condition. The Kremlin is claiming that Navalny got sick from drinking too much and taking a hangover pill. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser.
Sometimes you just want the show to be our chat, don't you? Our IB
really
chat.
do
I just have to say, folks, and you guys get to know us, and you pretty much talk about everything on air, but sometimes when we get the whole team in a conversation, it's just a lot of fun.
It
behind
is
the
indeed.
scenes.
It is indeed. All of our little gang. Well, speaking of our gang, we haven't been together in a long time, all of us, and that is not unusual for a lot of folks in New York City, and yet a lot of bosses and consistently a lot of landlords. We're going to talk to a big one later in the show.
Yes.
They're basically saying, hey, bankers, could you guys maybe encourage folks to get back to the city because we need you to pay rent, we need you to buy sandwiches, we need you to commute, we need you to do all those things that make New York City, New York City.
I'm guessing there are some other words that might be used too, like not,
Yeah.
hey, bankers. So this story by Srinath Rajan, who we love talking to, and Natalie Wong. Here's a specific line from the story. A loose coalition of New York's top property owners and managers busily working the phones, pressing many of the city's biggest employers, including Goldman Sachs, Blackstone, and BlackRock, to speed up the return of workers. They're saying it's safe. Eateries in shops that make Manhattan special can't hold out much longer, and they're basically saying, come on, we need these people. I felt this, Jason, just on Monday. I was thinking the city was going to feel much more reopened when I came back to our headquarters at 731 and was surprised. And I know it's August. I know still people are taking summertime off, but it was dead. It was so quiet.
It's very quiet, and I think the point is a really important one, and we've been talking about it a lot on the show, and I think we can't talk too much about it candidly. We're ultimately talking about a lot of small businesses from a ripple effect perspective. I think about the places where I grab a sandwich around our office normally, places where we take dry cleaning, places where you get shoe shine, like all of those
My
different
shoe's
things.
fixed. It's right around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of what makes New York City so great. But those are small businesses ultimately, and they rely on a big crowd of people. So a story to watch. We're going to talk about it more later in the show. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm placing a new order to sell short euro at 118.55. Okay, new order placed to sell short 118.55. New short position opened for euro 118.55.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So we have an hour and 12 minutes or so left in today's session, and if we hold at the current level right now in the NASDAQ market, the composite index will finish at a record high. Right now we're at 11,252 with a gain of about 1%. So clearly we're seeing a rebound in tech stocks today. It's somewhat being expressed in the broader market. The S&P 500 is higher by about 0.3%, but we also have strength in real estate and communication system shares. Where the Dow is concerned, a gain of 0.2%. Tesla shares are rallying today. The stock has closed at records on 3 of the past 4 trading days. Tesla will begin trading on a 5-for-1 split-adjusted basis beginning August 31st. NVIDIA shares moving higher. Some analysts have raised their price target on the stock after the bell yesterday. NVIDIA gave a strong sales forecast on rising demand for the chips that it makes used to power data centers. Intel accelerating its agreement to buy back $10 billion worth of its common stock. Intel shares moving higher today. Lyft is going to suspend ride sharing in California at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. You know, as of midnight, the company and its rival Uber must be in compliance with a new California law requiring drivers to be classified as employees. When the news hit the tape, Lyft shares promptly plummeted about 8.5%, but obviously we're seeing a recovery right now. 10-year Treasury with a yield of 64 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. And Jason, you know, this next story mirrors something that we heard yesterday with the chairman, founder, and CEO of the Related Group. We're talking about Jorge Perez. They have a big real estate portfolio in South Florida, but he talked with us about some of the shifts that we're seeing in real estate. We've got a story in Business Week about that, too.
Yeah, it is, I feel like, one of the debates almost that you and I are having many days on this program. So let's get into it with the writer and the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. Prashant Gopal is the writer. He is a real estate reporter for Bloomberg. He joins us from Massachusetts. Also in Massachusetts, Joel Weber, the editor of the magazine. So, Joel, I do feel like this urban versus suburban debate, it is one of the big ones, one of the big questions here.
Yeah, you know, I think from the get-go, it was one that we sort of just identified as like, look, like, is this going to be a short-term shift where rural areas and suburban ones see a short-term game, or is this going to be a bigger shift that will play out over years or decades? And Prashant's story centers on a place in California, the Inland Empire. And Prashant, take us there and what the heck is happening?
Well, you know, I think we have a good old-fashioned boom going on there. It's like, it's really nuts, you know? I mean, there are echoes of, you know, the last decade's boom, but with some differences, you know? So we centered on this. There was a project by a builder called Land Sea Homes, a Chinese builder, and they were releasing some lots. And we happened to send a photographer out on a day when there were people lined up, 30 sets of people in line at least. They'd been waiting 22 hours for a chance to get some of these homes, and they were wearing masks. So that's one of the differences. In addition to umbrellas to protect them from 104-degree heat. So this is like it's nuts, is what I would say. It's like really weird during a pandemic to have this.
Prashant, talk a little bit more about kind of what's fueling it. We know mortgage rates are really low, and we know, of course, people, just want space, so they're leaving, congested cities.
Right. So at the base here, I think what is fueling this is the fact that we have mortgage rates, for 30-year loans below 3%. And you layer on top of it kind of an affordability crisis, especially in these cities, and then also the fears that people have in it being in densely populated areas. So what's happening is, like, in the case of, say, the Inland Empire, which is this suburban area, 45 minutes outside of Los Angeles, 45 miles outside of Los Angeles, which could be many hours depending on the traffic. And in that area, for example, it's relatively affordable, and so when the rates fell, for a lot of people, the only place they could afford were the homes out there. So that's where they went. That's where they're going. And there's also this other factor, which is the technology we have now that makes telecommuting very easy. So people don't really have to be in the city. So that's all of these factors are kind of playing together and leading to this frenzy.
So Prashant, look, this is an area 45 minutes east of LA. That's not a place that it would have been typically desirable, and yet, because it's basically been cheap land and there's this boom here, real estate developers might be able to pull something off. But isn't the risk here that there are places that maybe shouldn't have been developed for environmental reasons or droughts or any other factors that suddenly, we're going to have developments maybe where we shouldn't, and this boom will potentially.
Right. Well, we don't know for sure which direction this is going to go because, we're living in unprecedented times. But, you have, this is wildfire country, a lot of these areas where this construction is happening. But, it could go in a couple directions. If you look at the past, a decade ago, the Inland Empire was, boom. It was where the bubble burst, in California. It was where some of the worst damage happened and where you had a lot of foreclosures. And this is also the same place where a lot of people are buying homes with shaky credit and low down payments, using FHA, government loans, and veterans loans to do that. So they are, at risk. They're vulnerable. So there is this possibility that, you could have another, something bad happen, especially with enhanced unemployment potentially seeming to have gone away, and uncertainty ahead. On the other hand, right, this is what people are wondering, whether this could be a change in the paradigm. Maybe employers are going to get used to remote workforces,
right? And
the cities will die, and places like this will come to the fore. You know, and this could be a suburbanization like we never saw it before. So
I think that's a big part of it. If remote working really sticks with us, then that will be a game changer. If it doesn't, and people still need to be in the city, close to cities, what have you, I think that will change this kind of exodus, right, from urban centers,
Yeah,
Jason.
absolutely. All right, Prashant Gopal, thank you so much. Real estate reporter for Bloomberg, joining us from Massachusetts, as was Joel Weber, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. Check out that story. It is online at Bloomberg.com, businessweek.com, and, of course, on the Bloomberg terminal. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues. Speaking of Massachusetts, if you're listening on Bloomberg 1061 in Boston, Bay State Business, that is coming up next. I have to say, just going back to that story for a second, Carol,
what?
I think there's an in-between. Actually, I think the suburbs, the close-in suburbs, I say this as someone who lives in a close-in suburb, I think stand to benefit in many ways, because I think people are going to want to go into the office a day or two a week.
I don't disagree. And I'm just outside the city, still in an urban environment, but definitely have a little bit more space. And I think those surrounding markets are going to be where people want to be. But I agree. I think you're in a good place there, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, Sleepy Hollow. What? Represent. All right, we're going to talk about the economy coming up. Those jobless claim numbers, still scary. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. 3 p.m. on Wall Street, an hour remaining in today's trading session. We've got the NASDAQ Composite at a record high now, 11,258 with a gain of 1%. We're seeing a heavy trade in shares of both Lyft and Uber. These ride-hailing giants have won a delay on an order in California to convert drivers into employees. Now, earlier in the day today, Lyft said it would suspend ride-sharing in California as of 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. Wedbush Security said at the moment that suspension was a smart move in a game of high-stake pokers with regulators. Looks like they won at least this round. We'll have to wait and see. In terms of eco data for the U.S., the number of weekly U.S. jobless claims unexpectedly increased last week, more than 1 million. We're seeing long-term interest rates move lower today. 10-year Treasury right now with the yield of 64 basis points. We have a rally in shares of Tesla. This stock has finished at record highs in 3 of the past 4 trading days, and so far this year, Tesla shares are up about 378%. The stock will begin trading on a 5-for-1 split-adjusted basis beginning August 31st. NVIDIA shares pushing higher. It was after the bell yesterday. The company gave a strong sales forecast on rising demand for its chips used to power data centers, and today a number of analysts have raised their price target on NVIDIA. Intel accelerating its agreement to buy back $10 billion worth of stock. Intel shares trading higher. And a group of former Fed officials and staffers, including former Fed Vice Chair Alan Blinder, published an open letter today calling on the Senate to reject President Trump's nomination of Judy Shelton to the Fed's Board of Governors. In the currency market right now, seeing a day of dollar weakness with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down about 0.2%. The yen is stronger, so too is the offshore Chinese yuan, and we know now that the U.S. and China have agreed to discuss progress on the Phase 1 trade deal. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, let's do a little Business Week economics. Obviously, economics top of mind for a couple reasons today, not the least of which, Carol, is that jobless claims number.
Totally.
Let's get into it with Yelena Shalecheva, senior U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics. She joins us on the phone. Yelena, what's the reaction? What did your team say as you guys were digesting this number, which did catch a few people off guard in terms of it rising?
Well, it was unexpected, for sure. It was an increase instead of a decline that we were expecting. But, you know, looking at things at perspective, this is relatively small to the latest movement in the series, and we will probably see another decline going forward. So, first of all, there are technical factors here that contributed to an increase in the weekly initial jobless claims number, because seasonal factors were expecting quite a large decline at this time of the year. But claims increased a little bit. So the seasonal factors exacerbated the increase, and we got somewhat a bigger number in terms of jobless claims. But, you know, looking through this seasonal volatility, I think claims will continue to decline, just simply because people will be exhausting benefits. 26 weeks is the maximum amount of weeks a person is allowed to receive benefits in terms of regular state benefits. So these people will either have to, you know, find a job after 26 weeks, or if they can't, they will have to move on to some special programs such as extended benefits. And, you know, the regular statistics will not show, will not reflect this. They will continue to decline, which won't mean that the labor market is doing much better. The labor market is actually not doing well. A lot of people still unemployed, and it's just not going to be reflected in the statistics.
Yeah, and we know a handful of states have issued kind of, I guess, that supplemental aid, that first round of funding for the Lost Wages Assistance Program. I think Iowa, Arizona, Mexico, New Mexico, Louisiana, and a few others. But the majority have not, and I do wonder how much of that will kind of help out this situation, Yelena.
Well, something is better than nothing, right?
True.
So we are talking about the executive orders by President Trump, and the states are processing this executive orders, and they will start paying unemployed people because of what was in those executive orders. Unfortunately, this augmented benefits will not be as big as the $600 that we previously saw, and not everybody will be eligible. So I think that the bigger stimulus package is still required for us to continue to function as an economy, and for income to continue to grow, or at least remain relatively stable, so that people can afford consumer spending.
So, Yelena, last question for you. I'm guessing you and the team have been watching the headlines and maybe even tuning in each evening to watch the Democratic National Convention. We will hear from the nominee, Joe Biden, tonight. Economics, I would imagine, is going to play a pretty big role in his speech, in his vision for what he wants to do that's different from the current administration. What's the most important economic theme? Is it jobs? Is it something else? Is it the deficit? What do you expect to hear? And what are your colleagues talking about when it comes to maybe a different plan for the country?
Sure. So we will be watching that, of course, and we will be watching any hints about the course for the economy going forward. I think what will really matter for the markets and for the economy, it's not just who wins the White House, but it will also be very consequential what kind of, the power we will get in Congress.
Right.
So if both the White House and Congress turn Democratic, that will probably mean more spending, easier stimulus packages going forward, and so on. But I think in either case, we will see large deficits for quite some time, simply because the economy is recovering from one of the greatest crises in the modern history, and it just needs that.
Right, you don't erase that anytime quickly. Bloomberg Economics Senior U.S. economist Yelena Shaletova, thank you so much joining us on the phone on this Thursday. I mean, it's not an easy way back, Jason, and I do wonder the longer time, the longer someone's out of work, that temporary job layoff becomes permanent. And if you don't have a great economy, there's not going to be the demand for, various companies to hire workers. So
yeah,
I think it's tough.
I mean, one of the things, and it'd be interesting to reconnect fairly soon with someone we met last year at the Bloomberg 50, Stephanie Kelton, and talk a little bit about modern monetary theory, MMT. I saw some things going back and forth on Twitter. I'm not sure if you saw them or not. AOC weighing in because there had been a report from one of Biden's, from an interview with one of former Vice President Biden's chief economic advisors, that they were going to be a little bit more concerned about the deficit. Of course, modern monetary theory essentially says, don't care. Stop worrying about deficits. We need to spend our way through this and not worry about running up a big deficit. Will the Biden camp continue to do that? There is a push and pull, and we're going to talk about it, I'm guessing, with Jeannie Zaino around the sort of progressive and the more moderate wing of the Democratic Party.
Right, exactly. It's interesting. I am curious to see how much he talks about. We kidded at the top of the show how much he does talk about the economy and labor, because I really want to know some of the policies he would put in place as a president. I think at some point when we think about the election, we need to think about it's not just about not liking somebody. It's about voting for somebody who is going to be in office and they are going to be implementing programs and new rules and regulations, and you want to know kind of what they stand for. So looking forward to talking with Jeannie about that and her expectations. We've got some good folks coming up. Ken Swig's going to be back with us. I just got to mention him again. He's been great. He's come to us several times during the shutdown and the virus pandemic. See what he has to say about one of those most read stories on the Bloomberg about real estate, commercial real estate, and the pressure to bring it back.
Yeah, lots more good stuff to come here. Scout hates deficits. Let's get down to Washington. Nancy Lyons is there. She's got your World National Headlines. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Jason. President Trump is distancing himself from former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who's been indicted for fraud for allegedly using money from a private Build the Wall fundraising drive for his own personal expenses.
I do think it's a sad event. And again, Steve has had a great career at Goldman Sachs. He's had a career with a lot of other people. I haven't dealt with him at all over years now.
Prosecutors say Bannon siphoned off money from the project for his own personal use. He is the sixth person in Trump's 2016 campaign to face federal charges. President Trump's own legal woes are playing out in a New York courtroom. His lawyers have filed an emergency appeal after a federal judge cleared the way for Manhattan's top prosecutor to get his tax returns. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
U.S. District Judge Victor Marrero has rejected the president's latest bid to block a subpoena for the records from his accounting firm. District Attorney Cyrus Vance is seeking 8 years of financial records from the president and his company as part of a grand jury investigation into hush payments made to porn star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. President Trump called Vance's subpoena wildly overbroad. The case came back to New York court after the Supreme Court ruled last month that the president is not immune from state prosecutions. Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is said to be recovering from surgery to remove a polyp on his vocal cords. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, this is a huge story.
It's
and man,
a
just
really,
think about
really big story.
the back and forth, I feel like, in the last couple of days, in the last week or so. Let's talk about Uber and Lyft.
Yeah, so Uber, Lyft, California, if it didn't have enough going on between a global pandemic, wildfires, they're fighting with two huge companies, two hugely important companies, well known to our audience. Talking about Uber and Lyft, ride-hailing giants, to say the least. Their business has been down, obviously, across this stay-at-home world we're living in, but there has been an ongoing pre-pandemic debate about how to classify their employees. We've been talking about this a lot today.
Well, and listen, this has been a big issue for a while, but it's gotten, into the courts and the back and forth. So Uber and Lyft today spared from having to rapidly convert their California drivers specifically to employees after state appeals court agreed that they can keep their business models in place while challenging a judge's order to comply with a state labor law. Now, keep in mind, when that judge said they have to, convert their workers, those stocks were under pressure because it changes the business model and the cost essentially of employees to these workers, right? The gig economy changes dramatically. It's not the gig economy
Well, I was going to say,
anymore.
yeah, exactly. The gig economy changes because you take the gig out of it. I mean, it's just
That's
the
right.
economy to some extent, and you've got a whole bunch of employees who you need to, at least theoretically provide benefits for and do all sorts of things.
Right.
The tax treatment is different, all of that. And, I mean, we were really running up against this to some extent. There were headlines earlier on the Bloomberg that said Lyft was going to shut down basically tonight, 11:59 tonight, ahead of this order. They now have a reprieve. October 13th is the hearing there in California, so will be interesting to see. I'm guessing we'll be talking about Uber and Lyft in movers and shakers.
Well, listen, Doug's already been talking about it, Doug Krisner.
Yeah.
Right now, Uber's up about 6.3%. Lyft is up about 6.5%. So, yeah, investors, this is one of those stories that, depending on the headline, the stock reacts right away. But listen, it's still in the courts, and there's still a lot to be determined. But I feel like whatever happens here has much wider, broader implications, right? As we said, for the gig economy, that wouldn't be about a gig anymore.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So a little more than 42 minutes until the closing bell for the Thursday session. At this rate, the NASDAQ Composite will finish at an all-time high if the current level holds. Right now, we're up about 1%. Let's cross to the macro squawk desk and get the latest from Bill Maloney. Hey, Bill.
Hey, and good afternoon, Doug. U.S. stocks climbing again today with NASDAQ once again leading the way. Dow's currently up 53 points, S&P's gain 11, and like you said, NASDAQ trading higher by 120 points, or 1.1%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.64%. WTI crude futures are trading in the red. Gold is up 24 points, and transports gain 40 points. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Microsoft, Intel, and Apple, while Dow Inc. and Walmart led to the downside. After earnings, Estee Lauder fell 8.6%. And in other news, Tesla topped $2,000 a share, while Uber and Lyft won a delay on the order converting drivers to employees. Wrapping things up, Ross Stores reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Doug?
All right, Bill, thank you. We've got long-term interest rates drifting a bit lower today after the government said the number of workers applying for first-time jobless benefits unexpectedly increased more than 1 million. 10-year Treasury yielding 64 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. Well, a couple of political headlines definitely caught Jason and my attention this morning. One was about Steve Bannon. He's an architect, of course, of Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. He was arrested and charged with fraud. The other headline had to do with a federal judge rejecting President Trump's latest bid to block the Manhattan District Attorney's subpoena of his tax records. Our Greg Farrell understands the legalese of all of this. He's investigative reporter for the legal enforcement team at Bloomberg News. He joins us on the phone from Westchester, New York. Greg, good to have you here with us. Let's start with Steve Bannon. What's going on here?
Absolutely. This, wow, it's
exactly.
kind of an amazing story. And I've seen this on social media, but they're right. You know, the building of the wall has been, you know, the Trump campaign's signature element 4 years ago, and couldn't get the money. So then a bunch of private citizens, backed by Steve Bannon, raised money through, you know, crowdfunding, promising that all of it would go to the building of the wall and none of it would go to the organizers. And sure enough, in the indictment today, it's clear that Bannon himself and the leader, Brian Kolfage, helped himself to hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the $25 million raised. And that was just over a 6-month period. So it's really, it looks bad for the, you know, at least for Bannon's populist revolution.
Well, it also potentially looks bad for the president and some of his close associates, members of his family. You know, social media, as you alluded to, leaves quite a trail. And so you go back and you sort of see stories and tweets and interviews of this organization. And as you say, this was a central piece, at least this idea, build the wall. I mean, by my reading of Josh Green's terrific book, our colleague Josh Green, about Steve Bannon, I mean, this was what really galvanized and crystallized the campaign. That's why Steve Bannon gets so much credit for getting Donald Trump elected. It was around this sort of build the wall. The president, we should say, basically has said, yeah, I sort of knew him and he did some work for me, but I don't know him. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Right, which was the Paul Manafort treatment when Manafort was charged in 2018 by Robert Mueller, or late 2017. It was like, didn't know him much. He was only, you know, there were many people on the campaign, et cetera. But going back to this, yes, the other people, this might not be the end of it. There could be, you know, this is being brought by the Southern District of New York's Public Corruption Unit, which suggests there's an elected official or some component to an elected official here. And remember that Chris Kobach, who, you know, was a big supporter of Trump's, I think, in the I'm not sure if it was the House or Senate, and then Trump put him in charge of the Voter Fraud Commission that went nowhere in 2017, and he ran for governor of Kansas last year, 2 years ago, unsuccessfully. Right. He was another headliner. He served as general counsel for this effort, and that's a bad position because that means things would have gotten vetted through him. So we don't know what he knew or whether or not the stuff that was in the indictment today about, you know, disguising payments to Kolfage and others We don't know that he was aware of that, but if you're the general counsel for something, it puts you more in the crosshairs than some of the other characters involved, like Eric Prince and a few other bold-faced names.
Well, there's somewhere a massive whiteboard making all the connections, no doubt about it, Greg.
Yes.
So talk to us about the other story that definitely caught our attention this morning, about President Trump's latest plan to block the Manhattan DA and his subpoena of his tax records. He lost it. So where does that leave us?
You are right. You're right. He lost it insofar as a judge ruled against him. I would argue he's won the big game because it was a year ago that Cy Vance, the Manhattan District Attorney, tried to get Trump's tax records and Trump Organization's tax records in order for a grand jury to look at it and possibly build a case of fraudulent conduct. And Trump sued him in federal court. There was this whole 9-month back and forth, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals to the Supreme Court, which finally was resolved a month ago. And even then, there was more litigation this past month. And wouldn't you know, as soon as the decision came in against Trump, Trump's lawyers moved for an appeal. Now, even if the appeal is denied and the tax records have to be turned over like tomorrow or next week, it would take weeks or months, and there's no way Vance would charge anything before November 4th. So, to some extent, Trump has won the battle of keeping this, keeping any kind of charges against him or his organization from happening before the election.
So we're not going to see, or the public will not see, or anybody will see publicly the president's tax forms before the November election. That's the bottom line.
Correct. Because, right. So even if you turn them over, they would be protected by grand jury secrecy. And the only way that stuff would dribble out is if and when and after charges were filed, and if it ever went to court, then this would be evidence that could be produced. But just because they have it, and let's say they do get it within the next few weeks, they would be breaking some serious rules if they somehow, leaked it or put it in the public record. This is supposed to be top secret. So I think, the Trump's run out the clock game has worked in this case.
All right.
Despite today's loss,
yes.
And rebuke by the federal judge.
Battles and wars, that's for sure. All right, Greg Farrell, thank you so much.
He's had a quiet day today.
I know. We were so relieved. I have to say, I was relieved
glad.
and excited when I saw that he was attached to these stories because I thought, I don't understand what these really mean. Oh, good. Greg Farrell can explain it all. In about 6 minutes, he'll bring it all together, which he just did. So our thanks to him looking after all things legal for Bloomberg News.
And I think it's safe to attach to both of them, to be continued. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, his day's not over. Greg Farrell's day is not over. He's been talking to us and talking to sources all day long. He's one of the best reporters we've got, so our thanks to him. Much more ahead, including Dave Wilson's chart of the day. Tune in. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's time, or it's almost time for the chart of the day, the song of the day. We look forward to it. Dave Wilson, he's going to bring us some insights, but also some cool tunes.
And if Doug Krisner makes fun of me and Stairway to Heaven, I am done.
Doing it. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I love when you do it.
All right. Doug Krisner, he is there. Those are the dulcet sounds of his voice. He's going to tell us what's going on with the market. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Jason. Well, if we hold at this level right now, it's going to be a record for the NASDAQ Composite, 11,253 right now. We're higher by about 1%. We've got a rally in shares of both Lyft and Uber. The companies have been spared from having to rapidly convert their California drivers to employees, at least for now. A state appeals court saying the companies can keep their business models in place while they challenge a judge's order to comply with a state labor law. Also want to let you know about shares in Tesla. This stock has closed at records on 3 of the past 4 trading days. Right now, shares are up by just about 6.5% or so. 378% gain in Tesla shares so far this year. And, you know, if you hold Tesla, the 5-for-1 stock split will be adjusted as of August 31st. And if you don't, maybe there's a rush to own it right now. Dow Industrial Average holding on to a gain of just 0.1%, and the S&P 500 is better by 0.3%. Time now for the Bloomberg Small Business Report. Here's John Tucker.
Bowling alleys have finally reopened in New York City at FunFest Family Entertainment Center in Mill Base in Brooklyn. It's a welcome relief for owner Ramona Martin, but there are lots of restrictions, aren't there?
You know, of course, we're operating at less than half the capacity, doing every other pair, making reservations by time, bowling only. We ask the customers to please call from the parking lot and let us know that you're here. We make sure that their lane that they're being assigned to is being properly prepared and sanitized for the next session to be used.
Is it still fun for the customers? What are they telling you?
They're so happy to be back. I mean, the phone does not stop ringing. People have missed it.
In terms of the number of customers you can have at any one time, can you sustain that revenue model for any period of time?
That's the uncertainty of everything, and it's sad because we just don't know how long we might be able to stay afloat. We have a lot of obligations and a lot of catching up to do.
Have you applied for or received any government aid? And what's that process been like?
Well, we have the PPP, which allows us to hire our employees back. But of course, with the type of rent that we're paying, it does not cover at all. I mean, we have our life savings in this place, and we've improved it so much, and it's just sad to see if we possibly have to give it up and close our doors for good.
Ramona Martin of FunFest Family Entertainment Center in Brooklyn. And I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Small Business Report.
All right. In terms of eco data today, the number of weekly jobless claims unexpectedly increased more than 1 million. That has brought long-term interest rates down. We've got a 10-year Treasury yielding 64 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week here on Bloomberg Radio.
Just another love lost in the great divide.
I have to say, I love Willie.
On the cover of Texas Monthly this week, it's a stunning cover. This profile, black and white profile picture of Willie. He's the best. Come on, he's the GOAT.
Do you know, my husband a long time ago went to a concert of his because he loves Willie. Got this special, like, bandana.
I
It
thought
was
you
signed.
because he loves weed.
No.
Loves Willie.
No, but he got this bandana that was signed by Willie. And then at some point when we got together and I'm like going through things and I like throw the bandana in the wash.
You washed Willie off the bandana? Oh,
It's kind of been one of those kind of fun stories we have, but my husband's still like, yeah.
Is it fun? Is it fun?
Hey, we're still married decades on in.
But I got to tell you, it sounds like that moment was like the title of the song you just heard. It's a great divide.
Yes. Whew. that was a cold moment in the Vassar household.
Like you've got a great divide going on in the stock market about now, and that's the focus of the chart. You know, it's this indicator that I first saw on a financial blog called Hedgeopia. And what they do is compare a couple of weekly surveys. One of them, pretty familiar, the American Association of Individual Investors, with their weekly numbers. They look at specifically the percentage of bulls in that survey. So you're talking about a figure that's got to be between 0 and 100 by definition, but it's probably more in the middle somewhere. And then you have this other indicator from the National Association of Active Investment Managers. It's what they call an exposure index. So, you know, it's the money managers that are part of this association reporting in on what their holdings look like. And this number can be anywhere from plus 200 to minus 200, depending on how they're invested. 100% would tell you they're all in on stocks. If they go above 100, it means they're borrowing money to do it. And it works in reverse if they're betting against the market through short sales. In any case, so what you do is you take this exposure index, subtract the percentage of bulls in the individual investor survey, and you get a number. And what we've seen the last few weeks, because these are both weekly figures, is that you've had 4 weeks in a row above 70. That's the gap, you know, how far the exposure index is above the percentage of bulls. And you've never seen anything like it since mid-2006 when this exposure index was first calculated. We actually have the numbers for this week out today. It's just below 70%, so the streak has been broken, but sort of the extreme optimism being reflected in what money managers are doing and the not so optimistic view of the individual investors, as represented in this AAII survey, well, that's a reason for concern. The folks at Hedgeopia would tell you that numbers in the mid-40s are perhaps a sign that stocks are poised to fall. And now you've got numbers, you know, or around 70 or higher. So it's reason for concern, at least in their view. So if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
So that means institutional investors are big time in the market?
Exactly.
Okay.
At a time
Versus
when there's a lot of pessimism around. So it's like, considering how well stocks have done in the last 5 months, you kind of have to be there. But if you have this prevailing view, as represented in the individual investor survey, that, you know, things aren't looking so good, I mean, you have to wonder how long that conflict can last.
Unless individual investors play catch-up, Dave.
Well, there is that potential, too, but that's not how the folks at Hedgeopia see it.
Okay.
There you
Hedgeopia, that's Jason Kelly's garage band.
Hedgeopia, exactly.
Or that's
Got
actually
their t-shirts.
Willie's. Maybe that was Willie's garage
could be.
band.
Is that what they're
Hedgeopia.
calling it these days? All right. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you right after the close of trading.
Pass me some hedge.
Pass me some hedge. Sign my bandana. Let's get down to Nancy Lyons in Washington. She's got world and national headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. The theme for the final night of the Democratic National Convention has been dubbed America's Promise. Joe Biden's campaign advisor, Simone Sanders, says he'll lay out his hopeful vision for the future.
We are very excited for our final night. Tonight will feature Americans sharing where they hope to be this time next year.
In addition to Biden, viewers will hear speeches from Senator Cory Booker, Governor Gavin Newsom of California, Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, Pete Buttigieg, Senator Tammy Baldwin, and Senator Tammy Duckworth. President Trump is doing his own campaigning this afternoon in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Biden's hometown. Well, during the convention, there have been a number of prominent Republicans who have endorsed Joe Biden's presidential bid. Among them is Miles Taylor, who actually served in the Trump administration as former Deputy Department of Homeland Security Chief of Staff.
I am telling you with every fiber of my being that some of the president's closest advisors did not think he had the mental acuity to do the actual job.
Taylor says he repeatedly saw Trump making policy decisions based on personal political motives. President Trump's latest bid to block a subpoena for his tax returns from the Manhattan District Attorney has been dismissed by a federal judge. The judge disagreed with Trump's claims that the subpoena from a state grand jury looking into payments he made to porn star Stormy Daniels was issued in bad faith and is overbroad. The president's personal attorney has texted that they plan to appeal. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, when Billy Bean of Moneyball fame got into the blank check business, this, of course, is the shorthand term for a public vehicle. It's a special purpose acquisition company, a SPAC. I thought, well, now everyone has a blank check company. Now, seriously, everyone has a blank check company because Paul Ryan, the former Speaker of the House, he's got one.
He does.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be known as Executive Network Partnering. It's going to seek to raise
That
roughly...
sounds like it's in a James Bond movie, doesn't it?
He worked for Executive Network Partnering.
Yeah.
See if you can infiltrate the operations. They're looking to raise roughly $300 million in an IPO, according to those in the know. That figure is subject to change based on demand. You know what I did there, Jason? I went and just did a quick search on my blank check companies, Bloomberg 2020. Bill Foley raises a $1.3 billion for a blank check company. Casper Sleep's CEO, Crim, files for $300 million blank check. Starboard seeks up to $345 million for blank check. I mean, we have had story after story after story.
Well, and what's interesting is the reason, I think, based on some great reporting that both Bloomberg and Dow Jones have done around this particular case, but also the broader trend, to your point, is that there's so much disruption and upheaval. There's going to be a lot of stuff for sale, and there's also money available. And so the idea is basically, instead of saying, all right, I'm going to create a company, spend a few years doing it, let me find the money and then go see what's out there and find something to buy. It's sort of turning it on its head a little bit, but it is all the rage.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting. The second quarter saw 24 SPACs come to market and raise $8 billion. That is double the previous record set in the first quarter. And then Bill Ackman raised $4 billion for his own vehicle, and as you mentioned, Billy Bean filed for that $500 million vehicle. I mean, it's the year of SPACs.
Do you want to do a SPAC, you and me?
Sure, let's do it. I don't know, $35.
Yeah, exactly. Buy bandanas.
Maybe
or something.
$100. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Get Willie
This
to
is
sign them.
Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We have a pretty powerful rally in tech stocks as we make our way to the closing bell. The sound will occur in about less than 12 minutes from now. NASDAQ Composite at 11,282, so we're higher by more than 1.2% on the day. Lyft and Uber continuing to rally, and they are contributing to the gains in the NASDAQ market. Both companies have been spared from having to rapidly convert their California drivers to employees, at least for now. A state appeals court saying the companies can keep their business models in place while challenging a judge's order to comply with a labor law. We did have a word that the number of weekly jobless claims unexpectedly increased by more than 1 million. And right now, long-term interest rates down as a result, 10-year Treasury yielding 64 basis points. Intel being heavily traded today. The company is accelerating agreements to buy back $10 billion worth of its common shares. Johnson & Johnson pushing higher. The company is planning to launch what could be the largest clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine to date. Dow Jones saying the company is hoping to enlist up to 60,000 people worldwide by late September to test whether this experimental shot can safely protect against COVID-19. A group of former Fed officials and staffers, including former Fed Vice Chair Alan Blinder, has published an open letter calling on the Senate to reject President Trump's nomination of Judy Shelton to the Fed's Board of Governors. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, I just knocked myself in the head. Got so excited about our next guest. Great to have back
He
with
is
us.
a favorite.
He is. He's our guy. Tom Plum, President, Chief Investment Officer of Plum Funds. On the phone from Madison, Wisconsin. We really looked forward to his visits when he would come to see us in New York and tell us about his travels, and he had spent some time in China. We have so many things to talk to you about, Tom. First of all, how are you? How is it out in Wisconsin right now?
Well, Wisconsin, like everywhere or many places, is dealing with continued rise in the number of cases. We have new regulations about masks on all indoor things like that. I think it's going to be really, really difficult to determine what the social impact of this quarantines and self-quarantines are going to be. But like the rest of the country, I think there's certain segments of the economy which are going to stay hurt. They're hurt badly now. They will have tough time recovering. And there's other sectors of the economy that are looking pretty good and showing some real decent rebound.
Yeah, you definitely see that play out in the market. So let's talk about it. I mean, one of the reasons we like you, because you're nice, Tom, but we also like, your fund is consistently a top performer, 99th percentile over the past 5 years, according to our data, Bloomberg data, beating just about all of your peers. I think you've been returning on average annually about 9% or almost 9%. So let's talk to us, because I think we, repeatedly are saying, well, wait a minute, everybody, the market, gains are in a certain few stocks, tech stocks in particular. And I do wonder if that is a cue to get out of them or to just say, well, that's kind of what our economy is increasingly.
Well, we've talked about that before, Carol, that all these really significant secular changes that are going on with the new digital economy, the fact that we're buying things differently than we ever were before, all of those changes that were gaining momentum actually just accelerated through this COVID. And I think even seeing reinforcement that the trends are going to continue to grow, not only grow in size, but grow in the growth rate of change. And
I think, yesterday, for example, Alibaba in China reported China's been recovering faster than the United States, but it reinforced that even these companies that are internet-based and online purchasing, things like that, that they're still going to grow when the economy comes back, and that you're not necessarily going to revert back to other trends like, brick and mortar retailing, for example.
Well, and Tom, one of the things that you have talked to us about before, and I was reminded of it when I was reading over the notes prepping for this, is about these enablers, the payment enablers. And I know that that's an area you've liked for a while, but one name that seems to slip through a lot of those conversations is American Express. Talk to us about AXP.
Well, American Express, obviously got stressed because of the fact that there's a lot of travel and entertainment that goes through their cards.
That Carol is not using her Carol's not using her corporate card, and let me tell you,
right.
that makes a
All your
difference.
fault, Carol. But the thing about them is that besides having holding the loans, which is different than Visa or MasterCard, which are basically processors, and then your banks and some credit unions and things like that actually hold the loans. American Express does hold the loans, and so there's a lot of concern about what happened with the loan quality going forward. And we've been watching that, and it seems to be stabilizing. The neat thing is because the dollar amounts of transactions come down and people pay off their cards often monthly, basically this poor quality or credit default rates or anything you want to talk about, it becomes a smaller and smaller number on that base. Meanwhile, you have one of the 3 or 4 major systems for processing electronic transactions. And so we think that not only are they going to show that the credit quality is not going to be a big negative, but that value of that interchange, that they are really significant around the whole world, that's been basically hidden by the fact that people are concerned about, that they have less travel and entertainment things going through their cards right now. That's going to recover. It will recover probably slower than what we'd like to see, but that's going to recover. And you think about it, then what you have is one of the major credit card processing companies with channels around the world, and it also is going to see volume pick up, just like Visa and MasterCard will see volume pick up when people start going back to restaurants and hotels.
Yeah, and there's an interesting story in the Bloomberg about Amex buying the teams and technology behind the online lender Cabbage.
Yeah.
So, we see them increasingly looking to be, even more involved with the small business space, Tom.
Right. And a few years ago, American Express had the reputation as being sort of a carriage trade card. What we've seen is they've expanded their relationships with merchants, and they're continuing to invest in technology that's going to allow them to grow in the different segments of the market.
Tom, just quickly, 30 seconds, one name that you've added to recently, just really quickly.
Well, we've continued to add to things like Alibaba. Again, 34% revenue increase this last quarter. They're back to the same growth rate they had before the whole virus started. And we think that domestically, China's going to continue to be focusing on their consumer and their consumer section of the economy, and that Alibaba, again, as we've talked about before, is Amazon on steroids.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Well, really nice to hear your voice, Tom Plum. Congratulations on all your continued success. Nice to hear things are okay, or as well as can be expected out there in Madison, Wisconsin. Tom Plum is the president and CIO, Chief Investment Officer of Plum Funds. Carol?
Amazon up 78% this year. Just continuing its charge higher. All right, stick around. We've got the closing bell, your movers and shakers in just a moment, right here on Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
There you have it. Sound of the closing bell for this Thursday, August the 20th. Equity market finishing higher, and a rally in big cap tech sending the NASDAQ composite to a record high at 11,264. We're going to need a couple of minutes to get accurate settlement on these numbers. To be fair, today there was a little bit of concern over the economic recovery possibly needing some more time. That came up when we learned that the number of U.S. weekly jobless claims unexpectedly increased more than 1 million. 10-year Treasury coming in by more than 3 basis points in yield terms. We were at 64 basis points in late New York trade. We had a rally in both Lyft and Uber. The companies have been spared from having to rapidly convert their California drivers to employees, at least for now. A state appeals court said the companies can keep their business models in place while challenging a judge's order to comply with a state labor law. We had a rally in shares of Tesla today, breaking above 2,000 to a record high. Tesla will begin trading on a 5-for-1 split-adjusted basis beginning August 31st. So it looks like the Dow is going to end higher by about 0.2%. The S&P shy of a record with a gain of about 0.3%. We were talking late yesterday about NVIDIA. Some analysts today raising their price target on the stock. The company gave a strong sales forecast late yesterday, given rising demand for those chips used in data centers. NVIDIA adding just about 0.3%. Intel accelerating agreements to buy back $10 billion worth of its common stock. Intel today finishing up by more than 1.7%. Johnson & Johnson moving higher. The company is planning to launch what could become the largest clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine to date. Dow Jones saying the company is hoping to enlist 60,000 people worldwide by late September to begin testing. WTI crude oil settling 42.58. We're down about 0.5%. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Your next move will be your last. Nobody move a muscle. Damn, Stiffy, you got some moves. And I'm moving from town to town. Time is money. Let's go. Come on, move it. Shake it up. Shake it up.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and Shakers with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Time to take a look at the trade. Doug Krisner giving you those closing numbers for the Thursday trade on Wall Street. And we did finish pretty much near or at or just off, really, our highs of the session. Major industry groups, 11 of them in the S&P 500. Your outperformers, information technology, top of the pack, up almost 1.5%. Communication services up about 1.4%. Real estate up about 1%. Bottom of the pack, very bottom, energy names, Jason, they were down a little bit more than 2%. And if I look at the S&P 500, you know, Dave initially talked to us a little bit about winners versus losers, what the trade was like, and increasingly we had more losers in today's session. 347 names lower in the S&P 500, 152 higher, 6 unchanged, and we did have, though, 15 stocks hitting new 52-week highs in the S&P. Apple, Adobe, Salesforce, Target, Old Dominion, CarMax, L Brands. I know that's a stock that you were looking at.
Yeah, L Brands is a fascinating one, in part because L Brands, I believe, I just want to make sure I have this right,
all the brands
basically said yesterday, like, listen, we're going to talk to some bankers. We got to figure this company out in many ways, and they do. They need to figure it out. They need to figure out what the mix is. Victoria's Secret feels increasingly like a not very of the moment brand. And meanwhile, Bed Bath & Body Works feels very of the moment. Bath & Body Works, excuse
Bath
me.
& Body Works, yeah. Not to be confused with Bed Bath & Beyond, because
Your
don't go
favorite
there,
store.
because
Oh
we're
my
going to go
God.
down that rabbit hole.
Good
but
Lord.
Bath & Body Works, like, listen, I think about even the younger generation. I don't know how it is with your kids, but I've got a teenage daughter. Like, those are the kind of of things that they are into. And I
Super
think,
into.
And I also
Oh,
think
God,
that's
yeah.
true for an older demographic as well. People are really into, I know I'm very into, skincare and products like that, as you
Familiar.
probably well know. Someone who's
My guys are
traveled
very
with me.
into hair, which they like to remind me of is not something that I understand ever at all. And there's a lot
I've
of shade
seen
thrown that
pictures
way.
from Debbie. You did have hair at one point.
I did. It was
Of course, it was
luscious.
like a million
It
years
was not.
ago.
Yeah, and it was so long ago. You have to go all the way back to that Brooks Brothers fashion show, age 6. In Boston, Massachusetts.
Long time ago.
Yeah,
What
I mean,
else?
interesting too. Nvidia, we talked about.
But
that
Albert's was up
being-
almost 4%,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. When you said what else, I thought we were moving on. But
Yeah, we are.
We can talk about Albert's. Nvidia up just a touch, essentially flat. We talked about those earnings with Dan Morgan yesterday. We got to talk a little bit, if we can, about Uber and Lyft because we saw those shares move, and this is all about getting a reprieve. There was a headline earlier that Lyft had said, we're shutting down tonight in California. Now, business is certainly down, given everything that's going on with the pandemic and lockdown, and certainly in California, not a lot of people moving around. But as you alluded to earlier when we were talking about those headlines, as California goes with this, I have to imagine so goes the rest of the country, if not the world, in terms of how Uber and Lyft are set up and whether they have to consider those workers employees rather than independent contractors and gig workers.
I feel like between the lawsuits going back and forth, it's like Uber and Lyft. Okay, now it's your serve. Okay, now my serve. Like it's going back and forth. Check this out, though, Jason. Lyft at its highs, up almost 10% today. Closed the day still with a gain, but only of about 5.8%. Uber Technologies at the close was up 6.8%, but it rallied as much as up about 7.8%. But definitely on the move. Let's talk Estee Lauder. I heard Doug talking about it. They took a hit today.
They did, and they're laying off some workers. I believe I was looking at some of the headlines by our buddy Kim Basine, trimming 3% of their global workforce to curb costs. I mean, one of the interesting things is, you mentioned that you like your creams and moisturizers and things like that, but from a makeup perspective, from a more like put on your makeup to go to work or go out or all those different things, that's kind of a different vibe right now.
Yeah,
you look great. I'm just saying, you look amazing. I'm looking at you through our video con. So beautiful. But in
It's
any
the
case,
filters, kiddo. I've put on a bunch of filters.
Did you put something on your camera?
It's the Nixie filters. Have you not gotten that upgrade?
No, I didn't. That's why you just see my bald T-shirtedness here.
But listen, can I tell you, I think about Bloomingdale's, which is next to our headquarters, right? Their makeup, as in any big department store, the makeup floor is massive. But it's one of those things you go and you maybe go to pick up one thing and then all of a sudden you buy a bunch of products. It's one of those things you need to browse and play with the samples. And listen, it's just not happening.
Yeah, well, Estee Lauder, I mean, here's one of the reasons that people were not into it. First quarter earnings of 80 cents to 85 cents a share, well short of estimates. Want to do the VIX real quick?
Yep, let's do it. Let's bring up the volatility index report on my Bloomberg VIX. Up a hair, just up about 2/3%, closing at 22.69. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for the price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson!
Hey, Dave Wilson. Sorry we're squeezing you a little bit. What's your stock?
Elastic. It's a company that provides search, monitoring, analysis, and security software for businesses. The company was founded in 2012, went public in 2018. The ticker is ESTC. Now, Elastic went public at $36 a share. The stock came close to falling below that price in March when it got down to $39.01. Since then, Elastic has soared as much as 175%. The surge accelerated today after Citigroup raised the company's rating to buy from neutral. The call was made in advance of fiscal first quarter results due next Wednesday. Expectations for Elastic look unusually low to Citi analyst Tyler Radke. Those are his words. He wrote in a report that the company appears to be turning the corner on issues such as slowing growth and rising competition. He added that a shift toward working from home is spurring use of its software. Elastic shares rose as high as 107.93. Today's trading closed at 106.98. That's a gain of almost 10%.
Stock is up 27% since August 11, and it has been on such a tear. It's up about 66% this year. So that's some enthusiasm ahead of those earnings.
Yeah, they have a cloud computing business too. That counts.
Yeah, big time.
Definitely. All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Let's head to San Francisco now. Ed Baxter is there with some headlines. Hey, Ed.
All right. Hey, Jason. One of the architects of Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign, Steve Bannon, has been charged with fraud for his part in what is alleged to be a scheme to crowdfund part of the wall building. Bloomberg's Rob Farrell says the allegations are that after an elaborate scheme, about $1 million came back to Bannon.
Like a shell game where some of the funds were shifted to shell companies or paid to Colfage's wife for consulting services or social media, et cetera. And as a result, Colfage took in, the better part of $1 million.
Now, Bannon became a confidant and a senior Trump advisor, yet the president...
But I know nothing about, I was not involved in the project. I have no idea who was, but I can tell you I didn't know the three people that were talked about were people that I did not know.
Meanwhile, Mr. Trump has lost another appeal to keep his tax records secret. A federal judge rejecting the blocking of a Trump subpoena to keep them secret from New York prosecutors, but the president says it's not over.
The Supreme Court shouldn't have allowed this to happen, but no president has ever had to go through this. But what the Supreme Court did do is say, if it's a fishing expedition, my interpretation is essentially you don't have to do it. So we'll probably end up back in the Supreme Court.
Tonight is Joe Biden's night under the virtual stars. Campaign advisor Simone Sanders.
Speakers tonight will include Senator Cory Booker, Governor Gavin Newsom of California, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, Senator Tammy Baldwin, Senator Tammy Duckworth.
In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
A lot of names there being read off as to who we may see tonight. Keisha Lance Bottoms among them. Really interesting mayor of Atlanta.
Yes.
She was at least in the mix to be considered for vice president, apparently, although it doesn't sound like she made the super short list.
No, but, it's just, I like to see that there's a lot of folks that they can kind of reach out to, that maybe the bench to some extent at different levels is fairly deep.
Well, deep and diverse. Right? I mean, that is one thing that has come through very clearly, and I think very intentionally on the part of the Democrats. There have been a lot of people of color, a lot of women. The whole run-up leading up to Kamala Harris last night certainly emphasized that, and the segment with Nancy Pelosi as well.
From serious to kind of silly.
Lipstick and moisturizer. Kim Basine, get out of your head. He's got your number, Master.
He totally does. But it's so true. I mean, so listen, it's really interesting. Estee Lauder chairman Leonard Lauder, of course, of the Estee Lauder, the Lauder family, Estee Lauder, who created the company. So during the early 2000s recession, he referred to the resiliency of cosmetics during times of economic turmoil. He talked about the lipstick index, and you need to kind of watch this because he basically said women do turn to makeup as an affordable indulgence, that even at times of tough times in the economy, that women still will go out and spend on cosmetics. So it seems like now they're shifting gears, and Estee Lauder CEO says the lipstick index has been substituted by the moisturizer index, which is kind of where I'm at. I mean, I'm all in on creams and oils and,
crystals,
vitamin C sprays and crystals. The seance starts at 7 p.m. tonight.
Exactly,
everybody.
The candles, all of it.
Love my candles.
But it is interesting, and I mean, I think this translates also to the way people are dressing. We've talked about the rise of athleisure. We were talking about this yesterday with Sweaty Betty and Rhone and Lululemon and all of that. So it all tracks. Pandemic living is quite different. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
NASDAQ Composite set a record high today at 11,264. Big cap tech rallied. Tesla at an all-time high, gaining nearly 7% and breaking above $2,000 for the first time. Now, Tesla will begin trading on a 5-for-1 split-adjusted basis beginning August 31st. Also, the ride-hailing companies rallied today. I'm talking about Lyft and Uber. The companies are being spared, at least for now, from having to rapidly convert their California drivers to employees. A state appeals court saying today the companies can keep their business models in place while challenging a judge's order to comply with a state labor law. In the pharma space, we had Johnson & Johnson rising 0.6%. The company is planning to launch what could be the largest clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine to date. Dow Jones reporting earlier, J&J is hoping to enlist up to 60,000 people worldwide by late September to test whether that experimental shot safely protects against COVID-19. A group of former Fed officials and staffers, including Fed Vice Chair Alan Blinder, published an open letter today calling on the Senate to reject President Trump's nomination of Judy Shelton to the Fed's Board of Governors. We had weakness in the price of crude oil, OPEC Plus expressing their concern over a rebound in demand, saying it's happening more slowly than expected. WTI closing out New York trading at 42.58. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser, and I'm so excited.
I know.
She's back.
I know. Jeannie Zaino is back with us. She's Bloomberg News political contributor, Iona College professor of political science. She joins us once again from Westchester to really talk about last night and then the final night tonight of the Democratic National Convention. Jeannie, so great to have you here with us. We really do love chatting with you. Take us back to last night. What stood out for you?
I'm so happy to talk to you. I wish my kids were as excited to talk to me.
I know the feeling.
It was really a historic night. We have to say that Kamala Harris, being only the fourth woman named to the top of the ticket in U.S. history of a major party, but the first woman of color and Indian descent. And, it was quite remarkable to me. I kept saying to David Weston when we were on set, when she accepted the nomination, just sort of the silence of it, because normally we would have heard, cheers and people weeping. And, I'm old enough to remember back to Geraldine Ferraro and how historic that was. And yet in this case, it was just utter silence. And that really stood out to me in a profound way because, of course, it's utter silence, not because people aren't excited in the Democratic Party, but because in COVID, everyone is socially distanced and online. So that really stood out to me last night, a historic moment. All of the women there, from Hillary Clinton to Elizabeth Warren, or at least in cyberspace, and Nancy Pelosi, these really powerful women in the party, speaking last night. And, of course, Barack Obama, who I think was more emotional in his remarks than many of us have heard since the Newtown shootings. Right. All of those things really stood out to me last night.
Can I just say, you mentioned Geraldine Ferraro, and I realized that there's probably a generation of people who are like, who's she talking about?
Well,
right?
It's funny. I am just out of class, and I'm saying to them, can you name the other women? And, they're really think they got, that of course they knew Sarah Palin, they knew Hillary Clinton. Geraldine Ferraro was the one they could not come up with.
Yeah.
But let's not forget, many of these people were not born for 9/11. So Geraldine Ferraro was a long time ago for them.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
shocking, though. It makes you feel very old.
Right, yeah.
Or just well-educated and we've done our research. Come on, Jeannie.
Yeah, exactly. We're all old enough to remember, at least
No, we're just well-educated.
Oh,
We've
right,
done our
just
homework.
well-educated. Can we spend a moment, though, on former President Obama, though? Because, I was sitting and watching that, and I was driving my wife crazy because I would, pause it and make a comment. There were so many moments there, Jeannie, that it really felt new and different, and in a year where we dramatically overused the word unprecedented, this was unprecedented.
It really was. I mean, if you can imagine, of course, former presidents have critiqued and criticized sitting presidents. We remember Jimmy Carter did that with George, W. Bush, post 9/11 and the war. But, to have the president criticize the sitting president who was his successor in such stark terms. I mean, basically, he said that, he was utterly and is utterly unprepared and unequipped to do this job. I agree with you. I was, my jaw was hanging open. And of course, while we're sitting there listening to this, you have President Trump, apparently, I would assume, in the White House, tweeting in all caps in response to what former President Obama was saying. So, the two of them going back and forth. And, President Obama, did not hold back at all. He was reticent to criticize President Trump initially, I think, when President Trump took office. But clearly, in less than 4 years, everything has changed, and that's off the table.
Well, this is all happening on as some interesting headlines involving Trump and associates continue to cross the Bloomberg. There's one that just crossed, Steve Bannon to be freed on a $5 million bond, restricted travel. And of course, this is related to him earlier being arrested, charged with fraud for his involvement in an online group that raised more than $25 million to help fund a wall on the U.S.-Mexican border. Jeannie, I want to get back to DNC, but it is amazing some of these headlines we continue to see about Steve Bannon, of course, an architect of Donald Trump getting to the White House in 2016.
Absolutely. I mean, stunning today to hear that news. Apparently, if I'm understanding correctly, arrested on a yacht or a boat off the coast of Connecticut, or in something to that respect. In that respect, just one of many, many of President Trump associates who've been arrested: Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Paul Manafort, Rick Gates, Michael Cohen, George Papadopoulos. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, and so many people involved in this campaign who have been arrested, some free now, some not. And of course, just the other day, the Senate Intelligence Committee, run by the Republicans, issued a scathing 1,000-page report about Russian, collusion's an overused word, but involvement with the Trump campaign, and, hasn't even gained headlines. In a normal year, it would have been, months we've been talking about it, but a scathing and devastating report for the campaign.
We talked about that on our early planning call, saying that, man, this is something everybody needs to read, and it's kind of getting hidden under everything else. I got to say, I want to go back to school and take a class with Jeannie. Can I just say that?
Seriously. Wait, can we just, I'm in Westchester. I just zip over to Iona.
Professor Zeno, can I take your class? That's all I want.
Well, I promise to be quiet. No, I won't. All right, Jeannie Zeno, stick with us. We're going to keep going on our conversation, get a preview of the big night tonight. Former Vice President Joe Biden accepting the nomination. Of course, next week we have the Republicans taking center stage. Stick with us. More to come on politics, back to school, and more. It's Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Jason Kelly. Sorry I jumped in. You're slow today.
Am I? Or am I just on time? And maybe some people are jumping the gun. Who's to say?
Ouch.
Who's to say? Jeannie Zaino, we're going to continue our conversation with her, looking ahead to night 4, the final night, the culminating night of the DNC. We'll get back to her, but first let's get back to Doug Krisner. He's got your headlines after the close. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Jason. A rally in big cap tech today. That was one of the stories that we've been tracking. Uber and Lyft rallied after being spared from having to rapidly convert their California drivers to employees, at least for now. Look at Tesla today. We're above 2,000 for the first time. Stock finished at a record with a gain of nearly 7%. Tesla shares will begin trading on the 5-for-1 split-adjusted basis beginning August 31st. We also had strength in information tech stocks, just generally speaking, with the Bloomberg Information Tech Stock Index up by about 1.7% today. In the software arena, we had application software stocks rallying. Look at Adobe shares today. They were up by about 3.5%. So the NASDAQ composite at an all-time high, 11,264. The gain here greater than 1%. The Dow, though, only up 0.2%, and in the broader market, the S&P 500 higher by about 0.3%. We did see weakness in some of the big energy names. They seem to track the price of crude oil lower. Crude in New York closed at 42.58, so we were down about 0.8%. That was after OPEC Plus expressed a bit of concern over a rebound in demand, saying it's happening more slowly than expected. Also the risk from a prolonged possible second wave of the coronavirus. And a group of former Fed officials and staffers, including Vice Chair Alan Blinder, publishing an open letter today calling on the Senate to reject President Trump's nomination of Judy Shelton to the Fed's Board of Governors. We did have that number on weekly jobless claims unexpectedly increasing by more than 1 million. That was enough to send long-term interest rates lower. 10-year Treasury right now in late trading with a yield of 65 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. Carol Master just paving the way for me to continue the conversation with Jeannie Zaino at Iona College, also one of our colleagues at Bloomberg. She has been invaluable to the entire network in terms of helping us understand the DNC this week and as we look ahead to the RNC next week. So, Jeannie, big night for Joe Biden, arguably the biggest night in many ways, maybe of his entire political career. Am I overstating it?
No, you're absolutely right. It is just fascinating. I was listening over the last, week or so. We've all sort of grown up with Joe Biden. He's been around, half a century, almost at least 40 years in American politics, and so many moments in American politics he is associated with. And I had forgotten about things, and this isn't the best thing about Joe Biden, but about things like the plagiarism allegations and those things that were so prominent at one point that have sort of receded from most of our memories.
Anita Hill.
Anita Hill.
Right.
Yeah, it's just really fascinating. At one point, it looked like he was going to, make his life in the Senate. He was never going to leave, not never going to leave, but that's where he was going to make his political name. And of course, the head of the Judiciary Committee. So, so many things. And now to think that tonight, after, not running in 2016, looking like he almost might lose, of course, running previously and not making it, and then, looking like he might lose in 2020 to come and be the nominee is, utterly astounding when you think about it. And I think it can only be explained by the context of the moment that we're talking about.
Jeannie, I wonder what is at risk at him tonight as he gives his acceptance speech. And I ask that in that I wonder how much of kind of the backdrop of 2020, the election in November, is about voting once again against a candidate rather than for a candidate.
Yeah, this is what we keep hearing. My sort of takeaway from the DNC, big theme is, it's a major voting rally and it's a major vote against Trump rally. And those are sort of the two key themes that we keep hearing. A lot less about vote for Joe Biden, although, of course, he's the only other option, really, if you vote against Trump. So, I do think there's a big governance danger here, which is that should he be elected, I'm still not sure about how he governs. And, I had the real pleasure of talking to Tom and Anna this morning, and, I was saying that, if their goal is to win over moderate independent voters, I do really think they do have to do a better job of explaining why he is not going to be sort of this, stereotypical Democrat. Like I was listening to Mike Huckabee talk about, if you elect Biden, it's open borders, bigger taxes, government control of your lives, regulation, abortion, all of this litany of things. And I think that the Democrats really have to show why he's wrong, because that is the impression many moderates and independents have of the party and of Biden.
And so, given what we've seen this week, does it change in any way, or what does it make you think we will see next week when Trump and his team take the stage?
Well, I think they've had the benefit, obviously, of going second, so they could see any mistakes the Democrats have made. We've heard the president criticize, obviously, Michelle Obama and others for pre-taping. So I wonder if the Republicans are going to do a little more live, which may give it a little bit more, of sort of an unexpected feel. Anything can happen. We've sort of been missing some of that. On the other hand, as you guys know, because you do this every day, live also means you can make mistakes. So there's that, too.
Well, we never make mistakes, but other people do. Yeah, it's possible.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Well, you know what I miss though, Jeannie rather, is I do feel like this process is more about kind of bashing the other party, the other candidate, rather than saying, here's what I stand for, so that I understand as an American what I'm voting for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has become, as we talked about, sort of like an extended commercial. And of course, we know negative commercials, everybody says they don't like them, but they're incredibly effective in terms of getting out the vote. And that's, I think, sort of what's happening here. And I'm not sure we're going to see much different on the Republican side. We obviously don't know, because this is all sort of, unknown territory here. But you do get this, real bashing. And I think what we lose in the sort of online environment is a live response. I'm just thinking, could you imagine Colin Powell and Bill Clinton, both of whom spoke 2 days ago, being in a live room with some of the progressives in the Democratic Party in the midst of the Me Too era, with all the frustration about the Iraq war that's still prevalent? They would have been booed. They would have potentially been booed, or, there would have been response. In this case, they got to speak, no response. And that, I think, is something where we sort of don't get the benefit of sort of seeing who the party is today.
Yeah,
and from the people on the ground. Yeah,
that's a really good point. All right, well, we are going to be leaning on you heavily. Just fair warning, between now and November 3rd, we've got 70 plus
in the class?
days to go.
Is there room in the class for Jason and I to sign up?
If you see some odd people like zooming into your class remotely, it's us. Just pay us no mind. All right, Jeannie Zaino, she teaches at Iona College. She's also a Bloomberg News political contributor. Been a huge help to us in helping us unpack all of this. We're going to be, as I say, leaning on her lots more in the days and weeks to come. Let's get out to San Francisco now. Ed Baxter is there with World and National Headlines. Hey, Ed.
All right, Jason, thank you. Former Trump campaign advisor Steve Bannon has appeared in court today and pleaded guilty to a crowdfund scam aimed at building a wall. The allegations say he received $1 million. The president?
I think it's a very sad thing for Mr. Bannon. I think it's surprising.
Now, Bannon has been freed on $5 million bond with restricted travel. Tonight, Joe Biden accepts a nomination of the Democratic Party to be president. The agenda has high-profile list of Democrats, including Cory Booker.
Patriotism is love of country, and you can't love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. And that doesn't mean we always have to agree or even like each other, but we have to understand that we're all in this together.
Meanwhile, the number of Republicans and former Trump confidants and cabinet members coming out with support for Biden and stories from the White House continues to build. Miles Taylor is a former Homeland Security chief of staff. He tells a story of a major storm coming in.
As we were trying to convince him he needed to tell Americans to evacuate, he said, well, I was watching TV the other day, and there was a guy with a MAGA hat in a grocery store parking lot, and he was stocking up for the hurricane, and he said, I thought that was wonderful. That's what Trump supporters do. They hunker down and they ride it out. And I'm going to tell people to ride this thing out.
But he changed his mind.
Someone actually jumped in and said a good thing, said, Mr. President, if that storm hits and your supporters don't evacuate, we might have a harder time winning those states. You don't want to lose your voters to a hurricane that destroys their homes and maybe even kills them. And the president said, you know what, you're absolutely right. Let's tell them to evacuate.
California wildfires. We are barely tolerable smoke-wise. More than 50,000 residents evacuated. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Ed, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. So I have to say, and I know that this is true of you, Carol Masser, we have been leaning harder and harder on our digital assistant during this pandemic.
Totally.
We do have an Amazon Echo. I believe you have a Google Home. So, you know, no biases here necessarily, or at least across the team. But a great story by Priya Anand on the Bloomberg today. One of the most read, Amazon Alexa unit pauses hiring amid pressure to make money. Now, the company says, no, there's no freeze. We're all good. And Jeff Bezos has said this is a winning bet, Alexa is. But at some point, even Amazon, which is very comfortable losing money, needs to make money on stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works when you run a business. It's like, exactly. Hey, Alexa, we're not going to be hiring. Wait, we are going to be hiring. Wait, it's not a freeze.
Alexa, find me some workers. Nope, I'm good.
One company that seems to, impact all of us is Amazon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about the impact it has in terms of the retail environment and streaming, I mean, it is just, in all of our lives. And yet, yeah, bottom line, it's got to make money. The retail side, it's a trickier one. The cloud side, not so much. And as that business grows, it becomes a much more viable business. But at some point, right, that retail side, it's got to make a bunch of money.
Here's the line that jumped out to me, again, as an Amazon Echo user and someone who does speak with Alexa quite a bit. The accelerating push for profits has prompted the company to consider selling ads on the Alexa service, an idea previously avoided for fear of hurting the user experience. Yeah.
I would totally be done. I would be done.
I'd be done.
Although,
I would just buy Google Home.
Although I do have to think about, because like I do Google, I'm like, hey, give me the news headlines in the morning. Would I be like a quick 20-second or 30-second ad? Would I be okay with it? I probably would get used to it.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean? Look at how we're used to the pop-up ads and we just get rid of them.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
Guess you just sort of tune out. But it would be jarring initially, and it would change the experience. In any case, you're listening to Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's another day where big cap tech continued to march higher, enough to send the NASDAQ comp to a record high, 11,264. So we were up by more than 1% on the day, and we finished off the best levels. We should point that out. Adobe hit a record high at 470.70. That was a big driver in the price action for the NASDAQ market. In the broader market, meantime, we had the S&P holding on to a gain of about 0.3%. Energy shares were a drag because crude oil in New York was down about 0.8%. That was after OPEC Plus expressed some concern over a rebound in demand, saying it's happening more slowly than expected. Where the Dow Industrial Average was concerned, a gain of about 0.2%. One of the big stories of the day, ride-hailing companies Lyft and Uber being spared from having to rapidly convert their California drivers to employees. We saw a rally in both of these stocks. A state appeals court saying the companies can keep their business models in place while challenging a judge's order to comply with a state labor law. And Tesla at a record high. Shares broke above $2,000 for the first time with a gain of nearly 7%. And Tesla is going to begin trading on that 5-for-1 split-adjusted basis. That will begin on August 31st. The number of weekly jobless claims unexpectedly rising by more than 1 million. That helped to send long-term interest rates down today. 10-year Treasury last quoted at a yield of 65 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Jason Kelly. Want to bring back someone who's been on our show before. We're talking about Kevin Carter. He is founder of EMQQ. If you look at the emerging markets, Internet and e-commerce ETF, it is up about 50% so far here in 2020. Kevin joining us on the phone in San Francisco. Kevin, welcome back. How are you?
Hi, Carol. Great. Good to be back.
How's San Francisco?
Well, I'm 15 miles east, and it's very, very smoky. We've got lots of fires. Not pleasant.
Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of unbelievable, all these things converging there where you are. And I think especially incredible for you and others out there across California, certainly in Northern California, to watch this, and I should say Southern California too, to watch all of these natural disasters happening at a time when the market continues, we say it on the show all the time, to defy gravity. Help us understand, especially given the global view that you have, the understanding you have of China and technology companies, what we're experiencing right now, because it feels like a bit of cognitive dissonance.
Well, the emerging markets internet space that we invest in has, the fundamental story has been incredibly strong for the last decade, and even before our current situation, we had been performing well. The companies have averaged 38% revenue growth for a decade, and so the fundamental story has been very strong as all the billions of people in emerging markets get their first ever computer in the form of a smartphone and bringing the internet with it. So the story's been strong, and while we did have a sell-off when everything sold off, I think people realized pretty quickly that unfortunately, what happens when the coronavirus comes to town, you do everything on your phone that you did before, but you do it even more. So there's been a surge in many ways in the use of e-commerce, and I think that'll stabilize higher on the other side.
Well, and that leads you to, it's interesting. We had a guest on earlier, Tom Plum, who manages money, invests in money, top performer and consistent performer. One of the names that he likes is Alibaba. And that's kind of, very similar to what you're saying about the consumer play here.
Well, Alibaba is our biggest company in this space. And, we've had now Alibaba this morning reported 34% revenue growth. We had Tencent and JD.com also report about 30% revenue growth. And that's, those are big numbers. People have gotten used to it and talk about it as if it's no big deal. But these are, $500 billion businesses growing at 30%. And again, it's this sort of once in a lifetime convergence of three mega trends: the emerging market consumer, the computer, and the internet, all happening at once. And, we take the internet and computers for granted, but most of the world's just now getting their first ever computer, but it's not on their desk, it's in their pocket.
So, Kevin, given your exposure and given this sort of long-term bet you have, when you see executive action like we have seen by the U.S. government around something like TikTok, around something like Tencent, this sort of decoupling that we're continuing to see, do you worry? Does it change your strategy? What's the net effect there?
Well, our approach is a buy and hold approach to the entire sector of emerging market internet companies. It is true that China is the biggest part of the story, and it's quite unsettling. I mean, it's been going on for now, 2.5 years. We've been locked in this contentious, quote unquote, trade war with China, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. But I guess, as they say, the market climbs the wall of worry. And there's no shortage of things to be worried about. But I do believe that a lot of this is strongly driven by politics. And I don't know that a lot of the sort of worst case scenarios are going to play out. And I hope they don't.
Listen, Kevin, your ETF, it tracks an index, right? So, you're committed to those names within the index. But when you kind of take a look, through some of those names that are in the index, what to you seem to be the standouts, the stronger players? What names maybe, you feel like might have some trouble going, in the future?
Well, I don't know that any of them stand out as likely having trouble. I mean, almost all of these things have seen a surge with the pandemic, other than the travel types of apps, just as our travel apps had a decent setback. But I think in terms of some of the names that I think are very well positioned that are perhaps less well known and not in China, you've got Mercado Libre, which is the NASDAQ-traded leader in e-commerce and payments in all of South America, Brazil being its largest market. That's been a very strong contributor both this year and last year, largely as a result of its fintech part of the business. Also in South America, you have a company called Stone, which went public on the NASDAQ last year with the ticker STNE, that Berkshire Hathaway actually invested in the IPO, and that's another company that stands out to me as a very good long-term play. But in terms of the companies that seem like they're not well positioned, other than the travel apps, I can't think of any precisely.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Kevin, thank you so much. Kevin Carter is the founder of EMQQ, joining us on the phone from San Francisco. Stay safe out there, given everything that is going on. I really worry about our friends in California, to be honest. All up and down. We had some friends here on the East Coast, visiting here on the East Coast, dropping their son off at college, based down in Los Angeles normally. And, man, it is just brutal. I've been talking to some other friends and colleagues out there. It's really bleak.
Michael Cugino that we talked with, right? They're dealing with so much between the power outages, the heat, the fires, the smoke, and then, of course, still dealing with the virus. So, certainly something to be concerned about. All right, coming up in the next hour.
Yeah, I'm excited to check in with some of our friends up at Trinity College, not too far from us, just here up the road in Hartford, Connecticut, talking about diversity, talking about getting back to school. This question, I've been thinking about this a lot since our conversation yesterday with the president of Morehouse College about sort of how diversity works its way into the highest levels of companies. What may be different this time around? Our next guest is going to talk a lot about that.
Yeah, and then we're going to wrap up with a deep dive into commercial real estate. As we mentioned, that most read story, some landlords in New York kind of begging the financial sector, please get back to work. We need you in the New York City economy. We'll see what our old pal Ket Swig has to say about that.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. 5 p.m. on Wall Street. We had an update for the equity market. Big cap